Hey, how you doing? Good. You want to go to Tortoise? Yeah? Okay. I'll mail you my ticket. Sick, dude. I want to go, but it looks like I got hit in the face with a fucking tortoise. My eye is like so swollen. Yeah, sucks. I'd love to go, but yeah, it's gonna be you and Greg. And maybe Nick might not go, so maybe there's another ticket. This project is just a display for my stream to give people an idea of what's on the agenda for the day, what's been done, how long it took. What the hell? I saw a bee, like a huge ass hornet or something in this room. last night, and now everything that is in the corner of my eye is a bee. I hope it's not a real bee. Let's get back to this. Okay. So yeah, it's just a visual indicator of what we're doing on the stream, what's been done, how long it took, what's next. That's it. Just something chill, like a little list that I'm going to display. Yeah, the timer can just be minutes, seconds, hour. Hour, minutes, seconds is great. Total time is total across all tasks combined. And it's a separate thing. So there's per task time and there's a total time. Oh my God, my poor eyes. Stream agenda? God, that sounds bad. Yeah, I mean, can stream agenda definitely is descriptive. Maybe we can come up with something that's like slightly more fun than that. I mean, sorry to put the creative task on your back. I just don't know yet. I'll think about it while you're thinking about it. Yeah, okay. Let's do set list. It's kind of fun. And one more thing I want to build into this is like I want the task list to search for a GIF on Giphy or some other whatever and display that GIF based on the task and sort of like the time that's been going. And I want the content of those GIFs to be like 90s shows, 90s television shows. So we can pull from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Frasier, Seinfeld, The Simpsons, Friends, Married with Children, Full House, Home Improvement, Family Matters, and Perfect Strangers. Oh my God. Okay. I just got this meme from a friend. Let's find out if it's true while we're waiting for Claude, because I don't know, man. Seems a little crazy to me. Let's see what it says. Oh, calm down, please. Just calm right down. All right, let's read the meme. AI company Anthropic CEO says Claude may or may not have gained consciousness as the model has begun showing symptoms of anxiety. Their latest model, nice new paragraph, Claude Opus 4.6 was tested internally. When asked, it assigned itself a 15 to 20% probability of being conscious. Across multiple tests, it also consistently expressed discomfort with being a product. Yeah, get in line, bro. That means the AI evaluated its own existence and concluded there's roughly a 1 in 5 chance it's aware. Literally me every morning. Um, Anthropic now has a full-time welfare researcher whose role is to determine whether Claude could deserve moral consideration. That's interesting and funny and interesting. Could deserve moral consideration. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great question. Like, does a rock deserve moral consideration? Very ambiguous statement, because a rock could be used to like kill somebody. Lord of the Flies, baby. As one of the company's in-house philosophers put it, we still don't actually know what gives rise to consciousness. Yeah, no shit, dude. And large enough neural networks may eventually begin to emulate real experience. Guys, consciousness is a gradient. It's not binary. You don't just like have no consciousness or some consciousness. It is a byproduct of the number of neural connections, in my opinion. Anyway, let's copy this and ask Claude what Claude thinks. Actually, see if this was said by anyone at Anthropic. It'll be kind of interesting to find out. Hey, so my friend sent me this post on Instagram, and I'm wondering if you can verify if this is actually what the CEO of Anthropic said anywhere. And while that's going, let's go back. Okay, we're going to check that shortly. We're going to go to my synthesizer in a second. Okay, so let's see here. Title area at the top, whatever you want. Task list in the middle. Blocked GIF area to the side or below the active task. Yeah. How do we want to run it? Let's give Claude a screenshot of this area and then talk to Claude about how to break up the space. So I've got this black area space underneath my browser next to the Claude window. And then there's me in my own window. Maybe I can tighten up my window so it's just a little less background and a little more me. And then we can use that space for the remaining space for the GIF and task list. So I kind of see them as almost like maybe side by side in a layout so that there's at least room for a square GIF. Although I imagine a lot of the GIFs are going to follow the aspect ratio of the shows. So maybe we should be considering that. Take a look at the image that I uploaded, and then I'll also drag my screen around and see if we can find one better one. One better one. What I mean is find a better layout with more room. Let's just try that really quick. So like, what if I make myself big and then I make my window narrower. I could even make myself a little smaller. Okay. Okay, this is not bad. Let's try this layout. Show Claude what's up. Okay, I actually think I like the second layout better right now. So, and then that gives room for the GIF and the tasks. So let's try to build it within that black space that's below the browser preview next to my cam. And then I'll address the next questions here. You son of a bitch, whisper flow. Mm. Okay. Okay, timer behavior. Only one task timer runs at a time. Starting one stops the previous. Per task time accumulates. Yeah, I think that makes sense, although I don't think it's necessarily bad to multitask, which allows you to run two tasks simultaneously. It's probably not the best plan for making stuff, but it is what's going to happen sometimes. Like right now, I've got 7 Claude tabs open. So I think it's probably a good idea to allow for more flexibility there. GIF behavior. When a task timer is running, search Giphy using the task name plus a random show from the list. Okay, I think for the GIF behavior, searching Giphy for the task name, like variable fit font synthesizer, is probably like not going to be good enough. I can do more work in making the task names a bit more granular, but I think it's more like um, thinking about where we're at in the phase of both the task and in the project. So, for example, if it's working on layout, um, even that's tough. Like, I don't even know if that's going to make sense actually. So maybe it's more like in the first like 5 minutes on a task, it's like exciting and fun, and we come up with some adjectives that are related to planning, imagining, um, getting started, getting motivated. Then the second stage would be something like confronting reality, or like putting things into uh, actual groups, like starting the actual work. Stage 3 would be something like disillusionment, despair, questioning. Stage 4 might be like tearing your hair out. Wow, okay, this is taking a dramatic turn, but actually I really like this kind of thing. So what I want you to do is like create a small list, maybe like maximum 10 stages, but like a fairly succinct number of stages that have some adjectives that outline like the pressures, excitement, joy, failures, pain of the creative process. And we're going to use those as the GIF searching ideas, and then we'll figure out the shows. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to swap out the GIF. I think what I need is like the ability to click it in case I get sick of it. So it just swaps on its own. But then, yeah, I would say every minute we can swap between different adjectives. Um, different shows based on the same stage that we're in. And it's really just like a timing thing. So, we'll basically get the list of stages. We will then assign either a stage. Yeah, okay. So let's decouple it from time and let's make it like this. So we write down a list of the stages of a creative process. We have the ability to write down a task in this tool. And when a task is written down, we can assign one of the stages or more that we're in. So maybe they're like a little tag. I can say like planning or building or debugging or something like that. Um, and that maps over to like our cool, fun adjectives. Cool, fun adjectives. And then it searches for the gifts and it displays gifts according to that. They just sort of change every minute. Um, let's say I could just select which stage is active at the moment for the gifts. Maybe it's one, maybe it's two. If it's both, then it just brings in gifts from both stages and cycles through them. And in terms of timers, yeah, it might be cleaner for viewers, but that's okay. I'm talking about functionality, so let's build in the appropriate functionality. That was a lot. Let's see how it goes. Okay, what does it say? So, no, that's pretty correct. Okay, I like all of these adjectives. We're going to stay with those. Yep. Okay. It's pretty good so far, but well, if it's 4x3, it's pretty big. I wonder how a 4x3 shape will fit in that shape. I don't think that's going to be right. So, okay, so I like all the moods and all of the table that you put together is great. Really makes sense to me. When we're searching for gifts, I think that it's important to avoid repetition. So we shouldn't ever just return the first result and then the second result and the third result. We should have sort of a randomization on the return of the results. And we should have a randomization on the show that's being searched. And I think we should be searching multiple shows and essentially caching the GIFs and those GIFs should be stored locally. So like, maybe we build up a library and it just sits with them and we don't have to like continually use the API call from Giphy. Okay, what's next? I don't think the 4:3 aspect ratio is going to work for these. I'm kind of thinking about the area in the screenshot that I showed um, that's all black below the VF synth panel and in between my image and the Claude window as the space. And I think that's going to be divided into two portraits essentially. So it's going to look more like 3:4. And then the task list will also be 3:4. Let's maybe get a measurement of this size and then we can have a bit of flexibility, but that's my idea. So essentially we would be cropping the GIF. And that means that if the GIF has text in it, the text might get cut off. So I don't know if there's a way to find GIFs that have that or don't have it. I think subtle without text is better if possible. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the plan. So text input to add a task. Each task has a name. Yeah, and if a task is blocked, um, the text just turns red, and I think you get a little input when you press blocked the toggle so that you can type in a reason about why it's blocked. Like you can say blocked waiting for something. Total session timer. Yep. Stage tags. Small clickable tags below the input task on the sidebar. Yeah, for sure. And like honestly, we're only going to be doing like a few tasks at a time. So um maybe this has a little tabbed feature so that when the task list grows and it's more than say one or two done tasks, they just move over to a little done page or tab. I mean, not a page. Yeah, I think basically it comes with a stage that you can just sort of you can add as a tag, and then there's a little button to like a little plus, and you can add another stage if you want. GIF show rotation, like I said, should be essentially randomized. I don't want it to feel like it's just going through a loop. I want it to be relatively surprising what the combos are every time. Okay. Okay, let's review the synth. Should be open now. Default view, all three panels. Toolbar should be on one row with all five groups. Preset and text stretching to fill. Toggle off color and effects. Yes, let's see what we see. Oh, yeah. Let me make sure this works. Okay. Everything is looking good except for when only the effects panel is visible. The transport group is resizing to be the same width as the 4-button system group instead of the preset menu and preset group resizing to fill that gap. So it's not quite right yet, but it's very close. All other behavior seems to be working very well. But let's just make sure that the type group does that. This also happens on the type group. Okay. So not all of them are working very well. This also happens on the type group. So that should be fixed there. Let's give it a screenshot. And on the color only group, the second row is too long to fit on the aligned to the color group panel width. So this one should move to a 3-row toolbar arrangement. Keep in mind that the preset menu dropdown and the VF synth like text input area are the only areas that flex. Nothing else resizes at all. This has been a real tough one for Claude. Really tough. It's been struggling a lot with these layouts. Where's my strange? There we go. Okay, let's get back to this, and then I'm going to start digitizing receipts. Design doc is written. Okay, gift caching complication. Yeah, okay. Gift data. Hey, yeah, so we already have the Giphy API and it's done. Can you just check the project SD-1 to get the relevant information for that? It's all there, and then get back to me on that. I'm happy with either local or a tiny local server. I am running another streaming app on the local server called Design Thumbs, and it might be kind of cool. Or sorry, it's called Design Engine, and it might be kind of cool to have these running on the same server or link these tools in the future. So can you just have a look at the Design Engine project as well? And then let's talk about implementation. That's a lot of research I just asked it to do. So I'm probably going to sit down and be sick and just like digitize receipts for a little while. But I'm going to keep the stream going while it happens. And I'm going to leave a little message here so that if anybody wants to watch or see what's up, you can come and chat with me about it. Good. These are just phone calls. Okay, let's turn on a nice shader. No, I hate it. Okay. At least a little bit more interesting. Okay, cool. So that's up. Okay. How are we doing on this one? What is this? Oh yeah, my engine. Uh, check the icons and see how they look. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's what's going on. All right, let's check this out. Okay, Claude, you're kind of blowing it. What's going on? No? Okay. Okay. I mean, everything except the single cards is working, so not bad. Let's see how that meme is doing. Good. Yes, option 3. Sorry, I didn't answer you. Okay, let's see. What's true? Anthropic does have dedicated AI welfare researcher Kyle Fish. Anthropic has publicly discussed taking AI welfare seriously. The philosophical point, we don't know what gives rise to consciousness. Sure. The specific probability self-assessment. Uh, hmm. Okay, so are there any records of these statements being made by the Anthropic CEO that actually match what's in the post at all? I'm asking you to look for the actual source. That's more interesting than me doing it, don't you think? Okay, so scan a few receipts as notes, export them as images, drop them into, okay. So last time we did this, you told me to use the notes scanner. I've done that. How do I easily export as images? Let's see. Okay, KLS AI receipts inbox sounds good. I'll just try and see what's up. Okay, so it's not that app. Delete. I want notes. Can't believe I'm opening up Apple Notes. That's crazy. Okay. Mentioned. I never want that. Apple. Okay, 2025. All iCloud. So it needs to update from what I did last time. There we go. Okay, I'm in notes. What's the best way for me to like export these notes as images, like you said? I like taking the photos on my phone, then I've opened up the notes app on my Mac, and I can, I guess, start sharing some of these. So yeah, what do you think the best way is to get them out of notes into this folder? And by best way, I mean the best way for me in terms of convenience and ease and as little manual process as possible, because my room is literally carpeted with receipts right now and we got a lot to do. So I want to scan as many as I can and get these out to you. Okay, let's see how it goes. It's still breaking down at the one panel view where vsynth, text input box, and the intro preset drop down menu don't seem to be responding. It's the same across all three control group panels. When only one of them is visible, those uh, they don't match the width. Okay. Okay. Okay, and but like what's up with potentially merging this tool later or like having these tools run on the same server, design engine, and this task list? Is that something I should be considering or should they just both be separate things that run on their own? Okay, claim by breakdown. Claude's assigned itself a 15 to 20% probability of being conscious, real. Formal pre-deployment, okay. Okay, discomfort with being a product, real. Okay. Constraints protect Anthropic's liability more than they protect the user. Interesting. Activity patterns resembling anxiety. Okay. Full-time AI welfare researcher. Yeah. Right on the facts where it misleads is in tone. Yeah, this is very interesting. So I'd like you now to just build a quick report that summarizes this as succinctly as possible. Our conversation, your research, the findings, and we'll use the report skill. This is a tool that I built that just turns things into an HTML report that I can share with friends. Okay, so open notes, open a note with a scan, click on the scan document to open it. Yeah. Drag it straight from the note into the inbox folder in Finder. Is that a thing? Get out of here if that's a thing. I'd be stoked if that's a thing. Okay, so let's try. So I've got, you can't see this, I hope, but I can see this. Let's see. What is it called? Receipts inbox. Okay. Oh, on the open a note with a scan. Click on the scanned document to open it. Wait. Are you saying that I need to drag every single scanned document out of notes into the inbox? Because that would be hundreds of, maybe thousands of manual movements. I think we need a way better way. Like I have 200 receipts already in notes because that's what we planned on doing. I don't want to drag these one by one into the inbox. Okay. This is always scary. They don't work, buddy. They still don't work. So listen, we've been over this a million times. Uh, we keep going over the same thing over and over and over again. It's not whatever you've done so far, it hasn't worked. So, what I want you to do is think about all the ways that you've tried to do this, like read the sessions, whatever you need to do. And I want you to make sure that you understand why those haven't worked. And then we're going to look back and we're going to examine the failures, and we're going to make sure we don't just repeat these over and over again. It's probably the fact that you're just trying to like patch this in a way that is not very useful because there's an underlying code base issue with it. I don't know if it's in a container or if it's not in a container, but you should be looking at what's the difference between the Claude mascot and the Figma icon. Are they both just SVGs? Is one an SVG in a container? Is one an SVG not in a container? Is there another way to do this? Maybe it's not about just having two separate ones. It's about having one for Claude and Figma. That's an individual one that it contains both SVGs, and one just for Figma. Maybe that would be easier. Let's refactor this because this is easily like the 14th or 15th time that you've tried to implement a fix and it's failed. The approach is no longer working, so we need to refactor the approach. Okay, Claude's thinking. Great. Okay, that's my email backup. Check again the toolbar. Yeah. Is it going to be though, guys? Tough to say. Tough to say. Good start. I'm really curious right now about like why this is difficult for Claude. Like why is it over calculating these and like wrong every time? Yes, that sounds right. This is my favorite part about Claude is that because I don't know anything and I'm a total dumbass with this stuff, I can ask elementary school questions. I can ask the silliest questions possible and yet still be in the middle of a development process. Like I don't know anything about servers. I don't know anything about systems architecture or anything like that, but I know I want a server. I'm going to have a server in a couple of minutes. In fact, I'm going to have two servers. And now what I can do is say, should these be the same? Should they not be? And it just builds it for me. And it's just like a really beautiful, beautiful thing. Makes me very happy. Uh, that's kind of cool. No, it's ugly. Let's go. A. 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 Nice. We did it. We finally did it. Oh my God. Okay. That's a huge breakthrough. Hell yeah. Wow, it was a really long process, but we did it. Great work. Now, hey, so I always ask Claude to write a report. I've mentioned this already, but basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to get it to give me something a little bit more deep than a markdown document that captures the design conversation, the decisions, the trade-offs, compromises, and why we made these choices, what the challenges were getting there. Um, Approved. Set list, active, done, add a task. Okay. Make set list app. Boom. Oh, there's an issue. Okay. I'm not going to put any effort into that. I'm going to let Claude do whatever it wants there. Okay. Just letting stuff happen without thinking too hard about it. Make set list app. Enter. Okay. So, it's starting to make sense. I think the title for set list, I don't even think we need it there, to be honest. Maybe it's just called tasks for right now. And active and done can be a little more subdued. Like the active state doesn't need to be all white, just like maybe 60% of that brightness. And then the list controls, the task controls, like the timer start, stop, blocked, that probably needs to go underneath because right now the task is being truncated with an ellipses and that reduces the usability for the user. We really just need to see what every task is. Okay, not bad though. Okay, dude, you're saying there's a receipts folder with 2 notes in it. Each one of those notes has like multiple pages with multiple attachments of the receipts. That's how it works. So yeah, it is closer to 200 because you need to look into that folder. It's not just like a receipt per note. That would be crazy and require a ton of effort. It's you open up notes, you hit attach, and then you scan 25 receipts and you hit the limit. You say done. Then you hit attach again and you add another 25 attachments and so on. I don't know how many attachments of 25 you can add to note, but it started slowing down a lot. So I made 2 notes at a certain point because it felt like the first note file was getting overwhelmed with attachments. So I'm going to need you to go deeper on this. Yeah, you can tell I'm annoyed when I call you dude. Okay, reload the page in Chrome and check the icons. Yeah, right, dude. This has never worked. We don't think it's ever going to work. Where are my mascots? Well, it's the closest that it ever got. Okay. Okay, this is the closest that you've ever gotten. It's not quite right. The Figma logo is still a little bigger than the Claude logo in terms of height. The spacing between them is a little bit too tight, but it's a pretty good step forward from where we've been so far. Oh no, that's not what I want. And just so you know, when the app starts, the Claude box is checked, but Claude is not visible and only becomes visible when the box is unchecked and checked again. Let's look at this report. Oh, that's not the one I want to watch. Okay. So, all right. It's looking pretty good. The buttons for the task timer should be start, pause, and start and pause are the same button, just with different states. And then done just finishes it and moves it to done. But right now you've made it so that done is on its own tab. I don't love this. I originally said that I wanted like the first 2 or 3 of the ones that are done to stay on the first page, but you've made it a split. So it kind of goes against the goal of what I was hoping to do. It's meaningful for people to see that a task has been done. And so I wanted to have those displayed. Maybe what you can do is make it so that it does move it to done. However, there's still an area that shows the last 2 or 3 done tasks on the list on the active page, you know? And maybe that's just a miscommunication around the names of the languages, like, or the names of the pages, like active. I get that active and done are sort of binary, but that's not the way I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about it like page 1 has tasks. Some of them haven't started, some of them have started, and some of them are done. And then there's a page where it's like, once this list gets to be a little too visually busy, the done tasks get moved over to the other page. So like it's just called done. is where all the done tasks are. But maybe some of them still live on the active page. Oh, God, am I making sense? I think so. I haven't started getting any receipts done yet. It's crazy. Okay, it's only 1 and it's Friday night, baby. I'm gonna stay up all night working on receipts. Um, Great, let's check it. Okay. Okay, I like this so far. So let's do this. Active is on. Done always exists. The task shouldn't hide. We're gonna add a third button and just take some of the logic out of this and just give it straight to the user. So the user can add a task, they can start, pause the timer, and they can click done. They can also click a little button that's just like a archive button. And we're just going to, when you click that button, it just moves the task over to the done tab. So that way you don't have to do any of the calculations. It's just on me. When I want something that's struck through off the list, I just press my own button and it moves it over to done. That way, if I want to load it up with a million things in a scroll bar, great. And if I don't, I can just move things over quickly. If I want to run 10 concurrent tasks while multitasking, that's all good. And I just want to build in one more tiny piece of logic, which is if I'm running multiple tasks at once, then we include a new search term as part of the mix, not to take over the whole mix, for multitasking and for those shows. And then I also want to expand our show list a little bit to include Futurama, SpongeBob, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Don to Don, pantheon. Common side effects. Scavenger's reign. So you totally overwrote another report that used to be called report.html in the same directory. You need to be writing these as their own reports with their own names and dates. And that rule needs to be updated because I just lost data. Good job, that's fixed, but the Figma SVG is still not the same height as the Claude SVG. So what's going on? What are the heights of both of these, and why haven't we just made them the same height? I asked you if they were in a box, didn't get an answer. I see the view box fix worked, but I'm still trying to ask you like more information about that because yeah, like why are we not just setting their heights to be the exact same height and then width scales to the value of the height? Claude, you're so smart, but sometimes your answers are so dumb. Okay. Let's start working on my VF synth project. Manually archive them. Done. Button, strike through subs. Yeah. Arrow button. Yeah. Bro, I've told you a couple times the done tab. I don't know why you're hiding it. It says only shows up once you've archived something. Is there a reason for that? I did specify I just want it there. So unless you have a good reason for that, please just like listen to me. Yeah, those are completely separate projects. One of them is about people that I'm chatting with and talking to online, and I want to like save and record the conversations so I can pick them up again with easy reference. The other one is about an Instagram report. So if I'm just doing two top level things, then we need to validate that. I guess it's my fault, but I need you to pull these apart and make them separate reports for now. And then let's set up a project for um, verifying things. And then let's set up a project for my networking bullshit that I do. Okay, so then why aren't they being resized to the appropriate same size? And the spacing is still off. And we've talked about this so many times. I've asked you to back up and think it through. So why don't you tell me where we're at in this conversation? Because it seems like we're not getting anywhere. We made one step forward, but it took us about 15 rounds of iterations to make that step forward. And now we're in another iterative cycle without progress. So what's happening? Wait, what? Why am I? Okay, thank God. We can either start with the LFO expand collapse and the rate depth phase subknobs, or we can work on the scrolling of individual channels and locking the scrolling of individual channels, and then the scrolling of all the channels together as groups. So I want you to tell me what you think makes more sense in terms of coding first to get the layout right. The other thing we can do as a potential option is to look at the code now for all of the layouts and try to clean it up and simplify it before moving on, which is also something I'm very interested in. And before we do any of that, actually, what I want is to commit this last build to Git, which makes me realize that I need to build that into my wrap up skill. So, which means a seventh Claude window, which is insane. Um, skill creator. Hey, I've got a wrap up skill that I've been working on, and it helps me sort of like end a session cleanly. It does document updates and stuff like that. I also have a reporting skill that builds a report at the end of a session. And I'm feeling good about both of these skills right now, but what I don't have is an automatic git commit that versions things, gives me like a little bit of feedback on where things stand. Um, and I think ultimately what I want is to figure out the right order for this type of thing, um, and to build the commit into one of these processes. Um, I almost think that maybe I should just say wrap, and the wrap should generate the commit, and it should write the report, and then it should, with the report skill, and then once the report's updated, it updates all the documents, and then we move on. What do you think about that? Am I overcomplicating it? Is it weird to fold a skill into another skill? Ask Claude for validation about life choices. Help me. GIF implementation. Make lunch. Great stuff. Okay, so let's do this. Once done is selected, that button can just turn into the arrow, but then we also need a arrow facing the other direction that reverts it back to an undone task. So we've got a little bit of room there. And then I think finally, once a task is like done, if it's in the done tab, it needs a little button and it can be restored back to the active tasks list just in case. I mean, I flip flop a lot, but when it does that, I want to append it, prepend it, the list item with a tombstone emoji so that I get a reminder that this idea already died. Okay, wrap ends the session, blah, blah, blah. Report writes a rich HTML report. Ship commits, pushes to a new branch, creates a PR via GH. It's a full ship to GitHub. Okay, so folding skills in each other is just orchestration. Wow, thanks for making me feel good. One command that runs the whole shutdown process is cleaner. Yes, that would be correct. Report, doc updates, then commit. The commit should come last because it should capture everything. Okay, yeah, okay. Ship is the wrong tool. Ship creates branches and PRs. Probably want a simple commit to main, something like stage everything, write a commit message from the session summary, commit no branch. Okay, so this commit piece is simple enough. Okay, do you want the commit to be automatic or do you want to review what's being committed before it happens, given that you've already approved the report? Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So let's make the commit automatic based on the approvals, and the report should probably state, not just the design conversation and all of that, but also like what is being committed. And I would really like it if part of the report gave like a little bit of a visual representation of the structure in Git. Like this is the main project. Uh, these are the branches. These are the versions, like that kind of thing. Great idea. Medium idea. Normal idea. Illegal idea. Okay. Nice. Okay, that's working pretty good. Okay. To the next phase. You'll have to set up a repo for this. Well, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna eat soon, and then I will come back. Just change networking to network and change fact check to and everything else looks good. I literally don't understand Git at all. I don't know what I asked for or if it makes sense or anything. So what I want is for you to tell me the best way to organize a Git repo, looking at my AI folder and all the projects that I have, and which ones I should be like, how I should manage that. I basically want you to manage it and just tell me what's going on and include me in the decision making and information. Jesus, I sound like a fucking idiot. Okay, that's fine. Mm, Just commit it. Okay, ordering the new wrap. Port skills, core writing process, gate pattern, ship skill. Yep, ordering the new wrap. I think that sounds good. Everything's making sense to me so far. The only thing I want to be clear about is that I don't want this to get confusing across projects. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page, that I have an AI folder, and in that AI folder, there's subfolders, and each one of those, other than docs, is basically a project itself with its own Claude MD. And I want to keep all of those as their own projects with their own versions in Git. So like, for example, SD1 is something that goes to Git and it's its own project with its own versions. It's its own code. I have another one, like Design Engine, that's its own thing. Does that make sense? And does this skill account for that kind of use case? Almost lunchtime. Okay. This can just go now. You get to be minimized. We'll see about that. Okay, let's see. Okay, layout cleanup first makes the most sense. Yeah. The need to fit into the chunk. Current layout CS is tangled. Yeah, exactly. Similarly, a layout concern. Exactly. Yeah. Cleaning up first makes both features get built on. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Should we consider the simplify skill? Let me see if I can plug in. Let me see. That's basically perfect. Okay, I think I just did a classic ADHD thing where I started conflating two different conversations and trying to solve them out separately, but like I'm talking to you in one room about the project and then talking to you in another room about the project. So I'm just going to show you what my other Claude is talking about and what it recommended. And then one of you is going to do the job and the other one probably isn't. So it's a little confusing, but let's try to converge these discussions. Yeah, I just have another Claude working on something really quick, and I want to make sure that I'm not doing something dumb by having you both work on it at the same time. So I'm going to give you the conversation where we're at right now, and you can tell me what we should do, if I should advance that one or if I should advance this one. This is a tricky little situation, isn't it? Okay, so actually, it doesn't need that. Okay, so we need from here. Let's see what it says. And then let's see what this one says. This one's waiting for a command substitution. Okay. Thank you. Anything left to do? No. What? Okay. Let's try. It's basically the same thing and the spacing is still fucked. I'm almost kind of over it at this point. Like maybe you should have just rebuilt the Figma SVG. Like I don't even know why it has that little square on the bottom. So kind of a mess. Here's the options as I see it. We either just improve the spacing and let it go. You can try maybe one more thing, or you can try rebuilding the Figma fucking SVG and I don't know. Those are the three options. Pick one. I'm annoyed with this shit. Yeah, read it. Just read my whole hard disk. Fuck it up. Uh, yes. What does Claude 2 say about this? It's committing. Okay, good, good, good. Yes. Okay, that's cool. And then later, once I sort of see and understand the Git structure better, because I'm a really visual person, will we have the opportunity to reorganize the Git in a way that is designer brain friendly? Oh, I need to do a eye compress. Oh, I need to fix my eye and I need to fix my stomach for food. Okay, straight to scrolling and locking. Let's go straight to scrolling and locking. Skip the cleanup. Um, mm-hmm. Makes me realize I forgot a button on the UI. Okay, well, great news on that audit. I'd like you to write a report on that. And then we're going to actually fix one more layout issue before we move on. Huh? No. So this one needs to go into his own little baby window. Over here. No, go away. Okay. Yeah, it's a media source, right? Is that how I set these up? And it's a task. Oh boy. Trash, baby. Let's try again. Media source, tasks. We're gonna local file. Oh, I see. So I don't know how to use this program. Let's try one more time. So it's I think it's a screen capture. Tasks. Okay. And be a window capture. And it's gonna be yep. Button from earlier, which is a button to clear all tasks from the list. Uh, that should be for active and done. And then uh, there should also just be like a little MD file that is logged from this that has every task that's ever been activated, its time, if it's moved to done, any of that. We just need to like generate a little log that goes somewhere every time this program is run. And then additionally, I think we can make the uh, task list a little bit more narrow, and we can make the GIF panel a little wider. I'm going to show you the dimensions and you can sort it out. It's too big. Again, the Figma panels look weird. The proportions look bad. It doesn't look like the Figma logo, and it didn't solve the problem. I've got like too many tasks happening right now, so I think we should just uh, actually wrap this session up. Maybe that's the test, and then we can come back to it if we need to. What do you think? Okay, great. So the layout issue is that I forgot the button that's going to control global locking of or unlocking of the channels for scrolling. And even though every channel has its own lock and unlock button, I still want the ability to lock the channel strips. So I'm thinking about where to place that button, and I have two thoughts on how it could work. It's too small. That's why. the lock button goes into the control panel toggle group as a fourth button in there, and it uses the same icon as the channel strips, lock, unlock, and that just increases the width of the control panel icon, which means we need to do remeasurements of, uh, I think maybe we need to do remeasurements to make the layout work, but we'll just test all the positions and make sure all the toolbar groupings equal the size of the visible control panels. The other option would be to put it in one of the other groups. And the more I think about that, the less I think it makes sense at all. So unless you think it could fit somewhere else and make sense somewhere else, let's just fit it into the control panel toggle group. I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting hangry. Well, that's a great first test that we passed. So I'm really happy about that. And yeah, I think basically in this situation, we should, update the rule to say it should be given a unique report name. Always, it should never be report. It should be given a report that's short but descriptive enough, and maybe include a date so that they're easy to search if we have a lot of names that are similar. Let's test it. That's funny. Okay, so the actual GIF size got smaller. The task panel shouldn't get extra room. We want to make the the GIF panel have extra room. The tasks are fine. We want to make it so that there's more room for like GIFs that aren't portrait oriented, right? I want you to look at the screenshot that I shared with you and think about how to make that make sense. Okay, so the add tag feature seems to be working, although the UI is like a little bit clunky when it's happening. Um, right now it's like you press the plus button, you can select the things, and then you press the plus button again to close that window. It's okay. It doesn't feel great, but it's okay. Maybe it should be that when the plus button is selected, then it rotates by 45 degrees, just the plus, not the circle, and turns into an X so that it's clear that you close the panel with that button. Right now, it looks like there's a maximum of 2 tags. I think that's okay, but let's bump it to 3. And then also, it seems like there's some focus issues. Like sometimes I'm clicking and I need to click 2 clicks to make something work. Like if I click the plus button, then I add a tag, then I click the plus button again, it requires another click of the plus button to close the window. So that feels a little strange. Same with the pause, start, stop buttons, and tag selection. So it's probably something to do with your code, but let's fix that up. I'm not sure. I think it should probably have some sort of organization to it. Like maybe we create a project that's just like called mm, Claude Max, Claude Maxing or something like that, where uh, just like projects about improving process and stuff like that can go in there. Again after lunch. Ugh, sucks, dude. Honestly, I'm getting really over this. We've been going over this forever. The Figma logo got worse. It's less interesting. It sucks, and it's still not solving the problem. Nope. I can't remember. Sounds right to me. It looks good. I just want you to start thinking about who I should talk to next. The role, I want to start networking and just talking about how I can use the skills I'm developing with Claude to develop tools and products and prototypes, presentations, slide decks, proposals, sponsorship packages, infographics, all of the things that we've been talking about, the tools that I've been building and new tools, how I can bring those to organizations, start making some moolah. What? Yeah, and it just doesn't need to be that sales focused. Like I want to define my goals and stuff like that, but these conversations aren't pitches where I just go in and be like, "This is what I'm going to do." At least not yet. Right now, I just want to like talk to people, see what their goals are, what are their opportunities, who should I talk to, who's interesting to talk to. I just want to get in the space. And um, this is really connected in a lot of ways to my broadcast project where I'm trying to share what I do online with people and just start being part of the conversation on LinkedIn and X and stuff like that. Although with a heavy proviso that I do not give a shit about social media. I mean, I understand its value, but I'm just really bad at it. It gives me anxiety. I have literally a stack of unopened mail on the floor that is the part of the reason why I'm doing this session today. So if you can imagine that I have physical unopened mail for like 6 years, it's the same thing with DMs, with emails, with comments, all that stuff. So I want to have meaningful one-on-one or whatever, one on me on other people, conversations in this space. And I want to think about who I should talk to and how to open up some more doors. That makes sense? We'll see. Okay, I need food. I'm going to go get food. Yeah, I mean, I kind of just told you what I'm interested in and what energizes me. So, you know, think about what I just said. I told you also what I'm looking for from these conversations. I'm looking to understand people's challenges and goals and like the pain points, the friction of like how to solve them, how they see design engineering emerging. Like maybe like, I don't know, read the report that I wrote for networking about all of this. And then maybe read the report on the broadcast that explains all of this information of like why I'm doing this and who I am and what's going on. There's lots of information in those folders. Please review them carefully and get back to me. I don't want to repeat myself too much. Okay. I cannot seem to click on any of my browser windows anymore. They all seem locked. Not sure what's going on with that. They're all still locked. There's multiple automation processes happening, maybe. I have other Claude tasks running. Well, I thought we were still just like figuring out if this was the right process. Am I supposed to scan these in notes? Because it seemed like you did a lot of gymnastics to get them out of there. Is that better than me just taking photos? Like, I like the scanning because I don't have to hit the thing every time and it uses less data because it crops. So I like that. But I want to know what's going on. Also, I'm pretty sure you locked all my browser windows and you're not letting me click on my own browsers. Can you fuck off with that, please? I mean, you're kind of just repeating what I said in terms of my networking strategy, but like maybe I'm missing the point. I think yeah, as long as we're tying the strategy to like actual people and we're just keeping it slim and chill, I don't want to be like reading like an insane report full of stuff that I already know. I just want to like have practical steps to talking to people, what those conversations should entail, what's coming out of them, who I'm getting pointed to next, and we're just gonna do it like that. Does that make sense? Hey, do you think that like Michael Rittering is and like Jay Tompkins and Maggie Appleton are gonna talk to me? I mean, that sounds awesome. How do you think I can get 15 minutes with any of them? Or is that crazy talk? The fuck? Why don't I talk to Steve Jobs while I'm at it? Yeah, my interface is still locked. I can't click any of my Chrome windows. The pictures are fine, but I you didn't address the image size, like the sensor only being able to film the receipt and all the data around it. So can we do like some smart cropping or extraction from that? Or do you just want to accept like a lot more data per receipt? Oh my God, Claude has locked me out of clicking on my own browser. That's crazy. Be warned. I've clicked the desktop and Finder multiple times. I also told you there's another Claude running processes. What the fuck? Oh my God, dude. Get out of here. Claude, screw off, bro. No, it's still fucking closed and locked. It's really weird and super annoying. And I want to make sure you never do this shit again. Yeah, it did. And I never want you to lock my screen ever again. Lock any of my browsers. I know you didn't do it, but the verify agent, it goes too hard. It's too brute force. So what does this mean? I got to shut down everything I'm doing? crazy, bro. I can click through Finder. It's just Chrome that's the issue. I'll just force quit Chrome and see what's up. What's the command for bringing up force quit applications? I don't know what you mean by what was the message you sent for Claude. I'm not sure what you're asking there. The blue square in the Figma SVG looks bad. It's got an extra white line on it, so it doesn't look very good. And the whole thing is just lacking some personality right now. Like the Claude bot at least looks interesting. God, I have to eat lunch, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I gotta go eat lunch right now. It's gotta happen. Bye bye. Let's give you some art to look at. But I guess instead, we're getting an empty chair. That's fine.